Hello, my crafty friends. Well, um, we're going to see if we can get some weaving done tonight. Um, I'm going to start out just by going ahead and doing some weaving with this while I'm waiting on everybody to come in. And then we'll move to um, the tapestry type weaving after people get here. Hi, Mindy. How are you doing? Did you get your loom warped? Um, Sorry, my brain has had a hard day, and um, I'm in the middle of a fibromyalgia flare up, and so I'm not even sure I should really be here. Yep, I got it. After I play with this, we'll work on this a little bit first. That way, you can go ahead and do work on it while I'm doing the other stuff too. But for now, where I'm just going to keep doing this till some more people get here. I need to get this finished so that I can give it to my friend. Her birthday was at the end of September, so I told her it's going to be a birthday Christmas. Hopefully, she will get it before Christmas. Hi, Teresa. Oh, thank you, Mindy. I hope it does too. It's stress induced. That's what stress does to me. But normally, it doesn't last this long if I'm eating right, and I'm eating right. So I'm hoping that that it'll get better quick soon. Okay, see this little tail thingy right here? That was when I was plying, one of the strands twisted up on itself, and it caused that um, in my plied yarn. And I'm just going to cut it off, and we won't worry about it. You can't say anything cute because you're drawing. That's good. And you shouldn't say anything cute because you got Hannah in the car too. My sweet honey. Um, I didn't expect you to be listening in. Hi, Janet. Hi, Mina. I guess since I can't give you a kiss, I'll just say, mwah, love you, Darren. Um, I did try to wait for you before I got out here, but you didn't show up. Now, Teresa, he's my honey. I'm not sharing. Oh, goodness, I will. Thank you, Teresa. Um, I'm just clarifying so that I can be sure that that what you said was that she lost her dad this morning. The word lost wasn't in there, but I'm assuming that that's what happened. Oh, that sounds nice, Mina. Maybe that's what this needs to be called, a Riverstone scarf. I will definitely be praying for her and her family and her mom. I know they were both sick, and that's hard. Yeah, that's what Teresa was saying, Janet. Thank you. Everybody hold them up in your prayers. Taking her to Hobby Lobby. I know he is a good dad. Um, he's a good dad and a good husband. I'm going to have to go ahead and wind the warp here in a minute, because my shed, the further you get here, closer to the back, the more narrow your shed gets, and it's a little harder to push this thing through. So I'm going to go ahead and advance the warp. That's what it's called, advancing the warp. There we go. Huh. Thank you, Teresa. I hope she likes it. I think she will. She kind of likes the same things I do, so I think she'll like it. If nothing else, she'll like that I spun the yarn and wove it for her. So she she's the kind of person who can appreciate that. There are people who don't particularly have much appreciation for that, but she does appreciate it. Yeah, it works. It works really. It's a nice little loom. It's probably one of the more inexpensive ones that you can buy. And I was looking for a tapestry loom on eBay, and I saw several of these for under $50. You know, some about 30 on eBay. And then I saw some that were like 75. So it kind of depends. Oh dear. No, no, no. No, 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 no. Y'all know what I did wrong? I, I pushed down, and I only push down when I'm coming from this side to lift up when I'm coming from this side. And if I had just kept going, I would have just pulled that yarn right out, plus pulled out the other ones. So you gotta pay attention. Hi, Barbara. I'm glad you're here. This is because you have this to move the threads up and down. As long as you're wanting to move all of them, I mean, one whole section, um, all the way across. As long as you want them to move the threads to do the whole thing all the way across, this makes it really easy. If you don't want to do that, if you're doing wanting to do something fancier, then you can pick up with a pickup stick just certain ones and lift only certain ones and leave the rest of them down. I haven't done a whole lot of that, but it is something that you can do with this loom to make some fancier things. think this is a really pretty section right here as far as the yarn flowing, the colors flowing. For those of you who weren't here when I said this in the past, um, this yarn is some that I made out of scraps of different kinds of wool. And so I call it scrap yarn, or sometimes I call it crazy quilt yarn, um, because it's just a whole bunch of little bits. But having those bits, changing at different times is what makes it kind of flow from one color to the next, or one color combination to the next, I should say, because there's always more than one color in there when you do it this way. Hi, Cheryl. It's good to see you. I spent the most of the day trying to look for used cars. It is not fun. It's not as bad as shopping for bras, but it's about the next worst thing I can think of. At least right now, when there aren't very many. When there aren't very many. I went to one place, and this guy had like 5 that were all fairly reasonably priced, and he said he had done, he had looked them over real good, and he was selling them, you know, at a reasonable price. They were all in my price range, and I stuck my head in the first one, and it had lots of that good smell 'em is what I call it, when people just spray all kinds of stuff to make their car smell good. Oh my goodness, I got a migraine right then. I said, "Do all of your cars have this good smell 'em in them?" And he looked at me kind of funny, and I said, "Stick your head in there and smell it." I said, "I understand you're trying to cover up the fact that somebody smoked in this car, but it's obvious because there's some um, cigarette burns, and I don't smell the cigarettes. That would bother me too. But this good smelling stuff, I can't drive a car that has this stuff in it." I said, "Do you have any, or do any of your cars not have this good smell in them?" And he said, "No, my wife my wife and son do the detailing, and they put," and he laughed. He said, "They put good smell 'em in all of them." So I just had to leave. I didn't even look at the other cars that he had on his lot. He was a private guy, who buys cars at auction and resells them. And I would have liked to have supported him, but it wasn't happening with all the good smell 'em in those cars. Anyway, I found one car that was a possibility, and the owner's son had just come in and bought it for his son. All right, so obviously that one was a good deal. Um, so that was the closest I got to something I thought would be good today. It is disappointing, Barbara. It really is. And I'm sure it was disappointing for that guy. I'm sure it never occurred to him that he would lose a sale over good smell 'em. But yeah, that was um not happening with me. And they had cleaned them up real nice, and they all the cars had new tires on them, and he was really trying to do good business. He just had them, got them. They were just smelly. in a way that would be pleasant to a lot of people, but not to me. I think I'm hitting a little too hard here. Again, that tends to be what I do. Okay. There are about 10 people here. And I guess I should go ahead and start on what we're supposed to be doing today. I'll move this out of the way. Oh, I am going to wind these real quick. Um, just because you might as well see how that's done. And of course, everybody has their own way of doing this, but I always do a few in the middle, and then I do one side. This is called loading the shuttle. There probably are other things you could call it too, but that's what I was taught when I first started weaving, so that's what I call it. And after I've got some on that side, then I come over here and do the same thing on this side. Boy, that's a big section of that color yarn. Oh, there's something else finally. And then I go ahead and wind a little bit more on the top. You don't want to let it get too fat or you can't get it through the shed. But you can get quite a bit of yarn on there if you wind it, on the sides as well as the top of the shuttle. So that's something to keep in mind um, when you're loading the shuttle. Let's go ahead and do one more. These two may be enough to finish this scarf. I'm not positive. I would like to think it's enough to finish the scarf, but you're going to be skipping, Cheryl? There's one of those little piggy tails. That doesn't happen very often, but when it does, it's frustrating. And probably part of the reason it happened with this yarn is because there was so many different kinds of fibers and I pretty much spun them all the same way. And if you do that, some of them are going to be spun tighter than others and have more twist. Hi, Sherry. I'm glad you're here. Ooh, this is what I want to do. What I want to do next. It has some little bits of white spotty stuff. That's silk, um, silk noil like this. It's a silk waist that, and there's some camel in there too. That was a couple of Rolags that I did that were just kind of a test. Um, but that makes a really fun, chunky, tweedy kind of yarn. I like that. Okay, let's put this away. Okay, I want to start with this little loom, and I haven't decided. I think I'm just gonna pick some colors and just do one piece after the other, and do some of them part way and some of them all the way, and um, just see kind of what happens. These are some silk. So it's this is silk and merino, 50-50 silk and merino. And this is it doesn't say, but I'm assuming it's probably for embroidery or something. It's something fancy. I got them at the thrift store, so I didn't pay a fancy price for them. I think I paid everything that's in here, plus some stuff I gave Hannah. I paid like $10, I think, for all of it. And I know these would have cost several dollars a piece just for one of these if I had bought them, outright. But each one of these has about 28 yards on it. So, you could use things like this. You can use just regular, hi Janice, I'm glad you're here. Hi Mary. Oh, thank you, Mary. You can use regular embroidery thread because this is so tiny. And if I had they have these little ones like this in 10 and 12 dent also. And if you had one of those, you would definitely want to use something like embroidery floss to weave. This one you could weave with regular yarn um, because eight dent, 8 ends per inch, or an 8 dent reed, or eight warp pieces per inch is a pretty standard tapestry size. Unless you're doing like a tapestry rug, then it would be more like a quarter of an inch instead of an eighth of an inch. So anywhere between a quarter of an inch and 1/16 of an inch, tapestries get made in all those places. I've also got these sparkly, it's called fuzzy stuff. That's what it's called. Fuzzy stuff. It's polymade and viscose. They're, you see the sparkle in them? That might be something fun to do in this little tapestry here. It's so little that we might as well use fun texture. But first, because I know Mindy's working with something similar to this, let me bring this down. Mindy, what kind of thing are you wanting to weave on yours? Do you have a design, or do you just want to weave stripes, or do you want to interlace stripes, or weave a circle? What kind of thing do you have in mind for your little loom? Because maybe I want to do something similar to what you're wanting to do so that I can help you with it maybe. Looks like IJJE Karen Overdyes. Are you talking about these? It just says brown paper packages, 18 Grand Lake, Fort Thomas, Kentucky. So I guess Brown Paper Packages is the name of the shop. Hi, Brenda. It's good to see you. There's also a little package in here. And I can't remember if these are from the same. No, I guess these are something different. These are Burma wool acrylic blend. And they're small little things. And that's pretty much all it gives except the number. Burma Lana, not llama. Oh dear. Okay, Mindy hasn't answered me yet. Hi, Linda. Good to see you. Hi, Tanya. Well, I get these at the thrift store, but it was a long time ago. It was a long time ago. I'm glad you're here. Mary's been working on her journal cover. I saw what you had done. I guess it was last night. The weekend kind of all ran together for me, so I don't remember for sure when it was I saw it, Mary, but I know you had done some of the spine and some more twining at the bottom. Mindy, are you still here? Maybe she had to run off and do something. It was last night. Okay, well, good. I'm glad my brain's not totally dysfunctional. I also have these that came in the same bag. These might be fun to do on here too. Actually, I think I like these better than these. I'm not really big on. This feels like AstroTurf to me. Oh, that's okay, Tanya. These are like ribbon, needlepoint. Oh, well, I don't know. Yeah, it is kind of woven. I don't know if you can see that. Anyway, it's kind of a flat ribbon. Okay, go call your mom. Tell her I said hi. Oh, you can't really see it, but there is a woven pattern in that. And I don't know if this is stuff that you would it's rayon, 100% rayon, that you would pull out like some of those other things where you pull out one thread. Well, that would work. You can do it. I don't know. Anyway, there's some different ones in here. This was just all part of the same thing. This isn't something I probably would have bought otherwise. There's a ribbon. Oh, that's a piece too. They just stuck their little pieces in. Hi, Beth. Well, I guess Mindy's not here right now, so I'm going to wait and not work on this little loom until she gets back because she's the one I know has this loom. and is wanting to weave on it. So we're going to go on to something else. Mary's climbing up into the bleachers to work on her weaving. That's fine. In the nosebleed section. Oh, you are here. Well, I asked you, but you didn't hear me. I'm sure. I don't. Um, do you have some kind of design you're planning to do? Had to get dinner. Well, that makes perfect sense. Do you have some kind of design you're wanting to do on yours that I could help you with by doing something similar on here? Or are you just going to want to do lines, or what do you have in mind, Mindy? Because I would like to work this one in a way that would help you. And if you're eating, I will, or, like just little shapes. I'm trying to think, we might could do like 4 triangles on the outside and a diamond shape or square shape in the middle. Something like that would be fun. Um, make an owl, just a suggestion, or a Christmas tree. Well, Janice just gets right down to the stuff that would be work or hard, or a heart. Yeah, we could do a heart. I haven't ever tried to do a heart, so we'll see. We'll try a heart. Hey, Holly. Okay, what I'm going to do is just kind of draw a heart shape on there like that. Okay, it's a little bit wonky, but it might be wonkier when we do it, or it might be better. But we'll start with the heart because I think it'll be easier. Well, a Christmas tree would be pretty easy if we did it in steps, but it wouldn't look very organic. So we're gonna do a heart, and see what have we got to work with here. What kind are you? What are you working with, Mindy? Are you working with embroidery floss? I was thinking I remembered you say that. Tell me what kind of yarn or whatever are you working with so I can work with something similar. Wonky might turn out cute. It sure might. A Charlie Brown tree. Charlie Brown tree would be really hard to do because it's so spindly. Size 10 thread. Okay. Um, that would probably be more like this. Well, actually, it's something in between. Maybe like this. This is probably more like the size 10 thread. So let's do that. Let me move those out of the way. Okay. Okay, Cheryl. Let's see what we have in here. We have red, kind of a coral. It's not really red. See if it says what color it is. It doesn't have a color. It's number 350. DMC Cotton Pearl DMC 5. So this is a little smaller than her number 10, but we're going to use it anyway. And maybe gray. Would gray be pretty around this? Okay. Well, this is size 5 here. Or would white be better? I don't think I want white because the warp is not quite white, and that would make it really obvious that it's not white. Crimson is an orangey red. Well, this is definitely an orangey red. But it doesn't say what. It just says it's 350. Number 350. So if number 350 is crimson, then that's what this is. Okay. Let's see. Now, I think I'm going to work with it doubled because, hi, Julie. I'm glad you're here. Yes. Thank you, Beth. Thank you. I'm going to work with it doubled because I think it'll be easier to do. And I don't know if I can do this. One way I saw a lady doing it, she had she just, well, she didn't use needles, but her thing was bigger than this, so she could have a sword in there. So I'm probably still going to have to use a needle. Hey, Becky, good to see you. So if you have more than one needle, it would be handy. Okay, now I have to decide right here and right now, am I going to make this the front or is this going to be the front? Because that depends on where you put your extra threads. If you do have them coming out this way, then this is the front of your piece. And it doesn't really matter, but what's easier for you, and it's probably easier to have the threads coming out the front. So we're just going to go with that. And we're going to have this be the back of our piece. And I'm going to go one more time here. Because we want this to be, and I'm going to pull this through where I'm going around it. And that'll kind of lock it into place. I think I did it in the wrong place, though. I think I did it in the wrong place. Okay, let me get it. Here we go. What I'm wanting to do is take this well, come on. This is supposed to be a self-threading needle. But you got to be able to see well enough. You got to be able to see well enough to thread it. Okay, let's try to see if we can get this one on there. Probably would have been better to just get a regular needle so I wouldn't have to deal with that. But this is what I had handy, so. Now unthreading it. Okay. That way it's through all of the threads that are on the bottom. And then here's the rest of it ready to go. So we're going to have to work with 3 yarns or 3 needles. Do you have 3 needles, Mindy? If you don't, you can take the needle off and move it from thread to thread. Oh, thank you, Becky. And yes, just chill. I'm sure you have earned some chilling time. I'm going to go ahead and this one's been cut. So I'm just going to use these links that are here and double them. Like I'm doubling the red. Yeah, I think the little loom's fun. Okay. So there's one for this side, and then we'll do one for this side. Oh, yes. Well, I like hearts too. Hearts are good. And you could do this on one of those cardboard looms. You don't have to have this kind of a loom. You could do it on whatever loom you're working on. Okay. I'm going to start in the middle so my tag can hang out in the middle. And then I'm going to go around here. Get my fork. Okay. So now we've got one thread started on this side, the heart in the middle, and we're going to start with the gray on the other side. Her maiden name has the word heart in it. Oh, cool. Ah, don't do that. Don't do that. Okay, now then, each line we do, we just do all 3 threads for that line. Ah, well, we're working the whole picture from the bottom up. So I'm going to do this again right here. This needle is so big that the threads are slipping out of it. So a smaller needle would probably work better for this, for me. But this is what I have sitting here, so. Okay. And then now we're going to do this one. And you got to keep in mind, you know, where your pattern is. So we're going to go on back. Oh, I'm from this side. Got to do it from this side. Mary's already started. She got to jump on things. Okay. Can you tell that I got things kind of going all different directions here? Okay. Now then, for the heart, this time I'm gonna go. I just came out here, so I'm gonna go over and under this one. And then I'm going to go around this and go back to here. And for this one, we're going to go back this way, over, under. Now this one, my red is on top of this. I'm not going to worry about that. That just makes it attached together. It's not going to hurt anything. I'm just going to go back over this one, and it'll work its way under there. Okay, I did something wrong. I did something wrong here. Let's go back and okay, I had gone over 2 down there. So I'm undoing that. Okay. Now then I'm going to go over, under, back. It's a little, the smaller your loom is, the more fiddly it feels to do it, but persevere. Persevere. It's worth it. No, there's two grays, one on each side. See? It's just on this side and on this side. That's why I have 2 different threads of gray because they're on both sides of the heart. So I'm working with 3 bunches of thread, 3 different bunches of thread. And what we're going to do is do 2 passes in the same place for the heart for each time, and then we'll add one after the second pass. I hope that makes sense. We're going to use the same threads twice. Just watching the magic happen. All righty. So as you increase the red on each side, you decrease the gray on each side. So this time when I go in, and it'll be different on each side. They won't be exactly symmetrical. This time when I go in, I'm going to go ahead and when I come back, I'm going to grab one more thread right here and go. Hi, Deb. Good to see you. So for this one, I'm going to, because I came under this thread, I'm going to go back over it. Okay, so right on the back, this is what it looks like now. So this is the front back here. The back is the front. And I'm going to go ahead and do one more layer around those same threads. Okay. And then we're going to take this one. And this time I'm only going to go here. Excuse me. Was that one more thread you just grabbed and attached stitch so there would not be a gap? It's partly so there won't be a gap, but it's mostly so that there's gets gradually, the gray gets gradually smaller and the heart gets gradually bigger, if that makes sense. Let me go back and you'll see what I mean. Okay. See how on this side the gray is longer and then it gets shorter and shorter. That's what we're doing, and we're doing two at a time. So each time you do that, it closes the gap. But its main purpose is to make it gradually look like a heart. That's how you put a shape in, is by reducing one and increasing the other. Okay. Definitely some smaller needles. I'm getting tired of my thread popping out, but and now I'm going to go around this one right here and go back. Now on our red, I'm going around this one. And that'll make my second time over here. Yeah. And then this will be my second. And then we're going to take this one and we're going to go back here. And this time, when we go around this one, that'll be the second time for this one. We've already done two over here, so this time we're going to go all the way to here. And we're going to go around this one. So they're staying pretty even. Oops. I hope this is making sense, that y'all can see well enough. I know this is a little bitty loom, but and this time when we go back across, we're going to pick up one more thread for our heart. And I'm going to go ahead and go back across so y'all can see that. There are no gaps between the colors. That's right, because I'm covering every warp thread. Well, there's a small gap right here because there's two threads, but you just don't see them because this one attaches them back together. So there are small gaps. They're just very small. Okay. Let's go back here again. Oops. Hi, everyone that came in. Company showed up and you got distracted. That's okay. Company's important. Okay. And right here, we're now doing the second wrap on this side. This is the second time here, so we're going to go one more here. Now, I watched a lady doing this with a warp this small on a big loom, and I can't wait to get one made to show you how she handled little pieces like this on a big loom. But um, but she did it with her fingers. Because she had room to manipulate it, she didn't even use a needle. Uh-oh. Go back, go back. Forgot to go around the new the new warp thread. Yes, it is. It's this number 5 pearled cotton DMC floss. You can buy, it on a big thing like you buy the number 10 cotton, but this is number 5. Okay. Now we're going to round that one. Okay, one thing I just realized, and this is not hard to fix, is that I only did one pass of the gray there, so I needed to go underneath that red and then go back. So you just have to count and make sure you did it, did 2. Okay, now the I'm going to go back. Another reason to have a smaller needle. Okay, I'm just going to do this one thread at a time. Because I want to get into the middle of it. Okay. We've got 2 over here and 2 over there. And I'm going to have to start a new thread right there. So we'll do that in just a second. This is what it looks like right now. And we're going to go around that one. We're going to try to get these all to the same place and then switch threads on all of them. Wait. Okay, this time I'm going around to the back, and then I'm going to, whoops. Okay. Going to bring it back through here. And this one we're going to do the same thing. Okay. It's not a good idea to just work up only one area and not do all the way across. You can. That's kind of how I started this one. It can be done. But it's easier to keep your path on your heart if you've got this beside it to support it. Does that make sense? If if you don't have if you don't have this part woven, it's easy for this to get all wonky and out of. You can not do, but it's best to, you can use the same needle. You can just move it to this thread and then move it to this thread and use the same needle. But it's best to work it across. As far as keeping things in place, they'll stay in place better. If like if I did this and I just did the red part, not the gray part, it would tend to smash down further and it would be harder to go back and put the gray in. You can do it, but it's harder. Okay, I'm going to take this over one more. That way it won't be right next to where the turn was. Yeah, I think it's better to pick the easy way for the first one. I agree, Barbara. Okay, let me trim these just so they're not in the way so much. And you could leave your needle on, in the middle and not cut this. The only problem with that is when you get closer to the end, you have to stop a lot earlier. And this way you can make it work. Closer to the end than you can if you've got it in there. Uh, Joan can't hear me. How about anybody else? Are the rest of you having trouble? I don't know. I would say some might. Um, Mary, I plan to like work some embroidery kind of stitches over when I do my leaves in the big one. When I do that, I plan to come back after I've woven the leaves and work in the veins with embroidery stitches. But like if they wanted to outline something, they typically put the outline in as they go. Okay, I'm just going to bring this in from here. And then we're going to go right over here. Oh no, can't do that. Don't know what I was thinking, but that wasn't working. Okay, let's start again. I'm not sure even how I did that, but I messed it up. Okay, I went that way. I need to go this way. Okay, let's go one more. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and do these on the heart and then do the gray beside it. This is tacked in place first. Okay. Now some more gray. If you want real detailed lines, like what you got drawn on the left hand part, of your pet tapestry, not the girl, but the other side, I think you would need closer lines to get that to work well. I was thinking about that the last night and wondering if you filled in the little lines that you have in the middle of those flurly things and just made the flurly things less um, have less detail, you might be more successful. Oh, Mary, sorry. Okay. Now this side's getting is pretty messy looking, but that does keep this side looking nice. So I think this will be easier for you to see what I'm doing when I move to that bigger loom and work on it. And I'll do that in a minute. Yeah, I think that's a good idea, Mary. Okay. Okay. Now then, let's see. Sorry, Mary. Uh-oh. You can always tell when you mess up because something looks wrong. It just looks wrong. But that's good. If you watch it every time, then you can fix it. Yeah, I'm glad you didn't have to cut the cord too. That would be bad. Not sure what would win out there, the weaving or the earbuds. Okay. We're going to go back one more time here. And I think we got enough on this side. Yeah. Okay, we're getting close to the point where we're going to hit the edges. And we'll just stop the gray when we get to the very edge up here. Okay. This is probably not going to have a real curve. The edge will just kind of go up the edge for a few before we go back in, but okay. All right, I'm going to go ahead and go back from here so I can have two wraps on that side. And 2 wraps on this side. Okay. That's how it's looking right now. So let's go ahead and take the gray up that far. That looks odd. I'm going to do it one more. Okay. All right. Oh, that's a little fiddly. It's a little easier for you to weave right to left on the path and turn the loom around. Yeah, yeah. Um, I imagine that's true. And for me, it would be easier to weave left to right and then turn the loom around because I'm left-handed. But especially as big as a piece that you're working on, Mary. Okay, I'm going to stop with this one, and we'll work on it some more next week. And I'm going to put the gray and the red with it. I'm going to go ahead and take my needles off because I might need them for this other things I'm doing. When you're working on several pieces at once, it's you gotta share your stuff among them. Let's find the right bag to put these in. Well, I don't know where that bag. Oh, here it is. So I know I had a bag. Actually, I'm going to put this in this bag, and I'm going to leave these just sitting out there for right now. Okay. And longer rows go faster than shorter rows as there are less turns. That's true. That's true. I'm going to go ahead and add the rest of the purple on here, and then we'll add the green on next week, the leaves and stuff next week. But we're going to go ahead and add some more purple in up here. This should go faster than that. That's fun, but it's a little fiddly, and it would be easier to do in your lap than up here for the camera. So if it looks awkward when I do it, it's because it is. It is awkward. Okay. I'm going to use the blue one because I have to go in some skinnier places. Oh, thank you. And I decided to make this one be the front and just cut off the stuff that didn't work through there and leave my tails in the back. Okay. Thanks, Holly. Oh, thank you, Holly. I'm just adding some purple in um, to give some more sky kind of contrast to the green when I do the green for the leaves. I don't want to have to do a ton. I want them to show up because they're, um, and we still haven't decided, well, I haven't decided if I'm going to do green or orange leaves. Some of you I know wanted me to do orange, but with it, well, I guess that does look kind of fallish down there. It doesn't look spring green, so maybe the orange would be better. You like the puffy pieces of thread? Yeah. This is some of Hannah's very first hand spun that she did on a spindle. And when she got to be a better spinner, she didn't like it. And so she gave it to me. So I'm gonna um it's gonna be a integral part of this tapestry. And then she and we won't have to worry about her wanting to throw it away or something. Okay. Now this branch right here. Okay, that came off from back there, I think, didn't it? Okay. I'm trying to decide. This is just kind of, playing with it as I go along. This is the opposite of what I was doing in that last one. In that one, we had a plan and we had a drawing and we were executing that drawing and that plan. And in this one, um, we're just kind of going by what feels good at the moment. It gives the weaving more dimension. Hannah's crazy. Well, you have to remember that she did this when she was like 10 or 11. And by the time she was 13, she was embarrassed by it. You know, I think she'll be happy to see it in the weaving. But at the time, this was just a sign of, that it was showing how bad she was at the beginning, which I understand. You know, she didn't really want to go back and remember that. Okay, we're going to go under here and go across over to this part of the tree over here. But I like the dimension it's given it to, so. Yeah, she does. She does. Oh, let's go ahead and go across one more. Fill that in right there. Will there even be room for leaves? It's filling up fast. Yeah. Um, I'm going to put the leaves here and here, and I'm going to do them where you loop them. Let me show you. I don't know if you can even see this, but you see these loops here? That's how I'm going to do the leaves, like we did that. So I think they'll show up. Mary needs my attention stat. Okay. How much space between warp threads on the tree piece? These are eight threads to an inch, just like that little bitty loom. It's the same as this. It's 8 dents to an inch. My big one is quarter inches, I'm pretty sure. About a quarter of an inch, so about 4, where this one is 8 and this one is 8. Hi, Lori. I'm glad you're here. Yes, 1/8. Trying to finish that little jacket. All right. Okay, I'm going to have to turn this around. Whoops. Did you see? You can see how much that I can move this around, up and down. That's what happens when you don't work from the bottom up. Um, and when you're trying to do a specific shape like that heart, it would be difficult to keep it in the right shape. You can do it, but you have to be very, very mindful of it. And I would only do that if I just wanted the warp and a heart, I think. Are you going to Europe, Lori? I'm jealous. Okay, let's do this. Hi, Kathy. Thank you. Yeah, this is not this is makeshift tapestry technique, Mary. This is my do whatever you want piece, and the other pieces are more technique correct. You're there now. Tomorrow, Nottingham and London. Oh, cool. This is a pure experimentation. Oh, thanks, Mary. I like it too. I'm happy with it. It's just it's kind of makeshift compared to the other ones, but I'm okay with that. Oops. You're never going to get to see the back of this because it's going to look hideous. Oh, it's what happens when you do makeshift weaving. Okay, let's see. It's hard for me to work from this side. You just have to kind of shove it where you want it when you do it this way. Uh, they're going to pop into Switzerland and Germany while staying in France. Oh, that sounds like so much fun. I hope you're taking some video you can show us when you get back. And when you get there, you have to switch needles. This is a really fat part to try to move into this needle, but excuse me just a sec. Sorry about that. There we go. Okay, I'm going to do some more purple up here, and then we're going to put this one away, and I'm going to work on um the leaves. It's funny because that's the one I'm really wanting to work out good, and so it's the one I'm afraid to work on. You noticed I saved it to last. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm trying to find the piece I like the best. Okay, where are my scissors? Oh, I'm sorry. Why were they closed? Because it's Monday, or is there something going on over there I don't know about? Monday they're closed. Well, will you be able to go tomorrow before you head off, or are you gonna have to leave early enough you won't be able to stop by? It doesn't work if you put your loom on top of your yarn. Oh dear. Oh, I bet that's true. That sounds uncomfortable. Ah, yeah. Got to keep the driver happy. Maybe he can go eat some pastries or something while you look at the tops. Oh, we went under two. Well, I don't think it's going to matter. Just go over two. It's not like the weaving police are here. You're not the weaving police, are you, Lori? Because this is definitely a rebellious weaving here. It's not playing by rules at all. It's just having fun. He's doing a fabulous job. All right. Yes, Kathy, it is. Glimmer spray through stencils. Ooh, that sounds nice. Okay, I think we're about through um, with this purple. I'm going to go one more set. And when we get back down to here, we'll stop it. Okay, I gotta be able to look at it better here. Okay. There's Hannah's first purple yarn, immortalized in my first tapestry weaving. Okay. And then let's see if I think we'll have enough of this. We might use some of that too. I think that'll be plenty. We may not even need the gold, but I thought it might be fun to have some of that. Would it be cheating if I weave the field blue and go back with the green leaves here and there? No, it wouldn't be cheating. It would be making it your own. Anyway, this is where we're going to be. This is where we're going to be next week on this one. Actually, I'm going to leave these out because I might need them for the other one. I don't know. I would like to use like butterflies on it, kind of like I did for some of this. Okay. Before we get the loom out, I want to show you. Let me get this. Sorry. I went to the thrift store, bought some tapestry yarn, and then I dyed it. So these are all the yarns that I dyed from yarns that looked like this and this and this. So I had these 3 color yarns. Oh, and this. I had these 4 colors, and I dyed them and got these colors. Oops. So I just thought I would show you that first. Let's look at them. Okay, we'll look at the greens first. So this was the brown, and it looks greener in person. It looks browner on the camera, but and I accidentally got 2 of the white ones in there on that, and I think that's these 2 right here. And then this one was the yellow, and this one was pink. And you can't really tell, but anyway, these are the greens I came up with, and I used the same color. I just put all these different yarns in the same. What time is it here? It's 8:11. Okay, Kathy. Bye-bye. I use the same dye pot for all of them. That's just the difference in color is the difference in yarn. So I did those, and then I did and these I used 2 different dyes. I just dumped them in together because one was teal and one was a really, really dark blue. And I think this one was probably the white one, and this was the yellow one, and then this was the brown one. And then I did orange next, and I just had white and yellow and brown. You can't really tell much difference between the white and the yellow on this one. Oh no, there's a pink. Okay, I did have a little pink one. So I think this is yellow because it's a little bit darker, and this was white, and this was definitely the pink one. It's a little more salmony. They all look pretty much the same on the camera, but there are some subtle differences. And then this one is really turned out rusty. It's real pretty. And then I did some with red, and I just did a couple of red and a couple of yellow. And they look no, there's 3. Sorry. A pink one, a white one, and the brown. So this was pink, this was white. Maybe this was yellow. I don't know. There was either yellow and white or pink and white. I'm not sure. Now they look very red on the camera, but they're a lot pinker. This one's kind of an, I don't know, almost a cranberry color. And these are lighter versions. And then the yellow I just did with the white skein and the brown skein. And this looks green in real person. Hannah said that yellow one didn't turn out yellow. It turned out green. And it definitely is green. It's a pretty green. It's an olive green. But Let me find the green one. And you see the difference. See, it looks very yellow compared to this one, but on its own, it looks pretty green. It doesn't look as gold or brown as it does in the camera. I wish the colors were more true. Anyway, I had fun playing with these, and I spent about, I think I spent $8 altogether on yarn, and this was about $4 of it. Um, yeah, that was about $4 of the yarn, and then I've got this one and this one and this one and these and this one. And then I got this green that isn't tapestry yarn, but it's 90% wool and 10% what? It's in French, I think. I don't know. 10% something else. 90% wool and 10% something else. And this is this is kind of a forest green. It's not as olivey as it looks on camera. Oh, and I got this red. And this is a darker, it's not as orange as it looks on the camera. And then I got these two oranges as well. Everything looks brighter on the camera than it really is. Okay. And then I wanted to see if I could find what tapestry yarn I could find in town at a regular store. And the only place I could find it was at Michael's. Now, I didn't look at Joann's because it's too far away. But I found these tapestry yarns at Michael's. And Anchor is the brand on these. All these old ones here were Busella tapestry wools. And what's this one? Columbia Minerva. Don't know. These are much softer. You can tell that that they've had to play to modern folks because these are much softer wools than these are. But these cost $5 each. I don't know what these cost back when they were new, but I paid $1 for each one of them at the thrift store. And I ended up paying $1 for each one of these because I had a $5 voucher, and then I had a 40% off coupon. So I paid $2.14, including tax, for these two. And that's the only reason I bought them. I wouldn't have spent $5 a piece on them when I could get these for $1 at the thrift store and dye them myself. But I wanted to show you that you can find them if you want. You do not need to use wool. Use whatever kind of yarn you have. I just didn't have anything except hand spun or weird frou-frou yarns, and a few cotton yarns. So I was going to be buying something anyway. And so when I was able to find all those yarns at the thrift store and I knew I could dye them myself, then I was able to get a lot of wool yarn pretty cheap. But if you have acrylic yarn and that's what you've got, just use it. It'll be fine. Okay. Now then, let me set that aside here. Oh, shoot. I needed that too. I just threw it on the floor behind some stuff. Okay. Now here's my my cartoon. It kind of got wonkied a little bit. Mary, this is what I was talking about. If you can find a way to tie your twining to the side, then it keeps it taut and it tightens this up a little bit for you. Now, I tried to actually Actually, that's the top. I tried to go back in and make marks on my yarn like I've seen people do, but they just began to not mean anything because there's so many ins and outs. So I decided I'm just going to do the best I can at weaving according to the cartoon. And so I have to decide what color I'm going to make each of these leaves. Um, because if I don't, I will not know where to go with doing. So I'm going to start out, and I need to decide on my background color as well. I'm thinking blue for the background just because I'm going to have mostly golds and oranges and um, browns for my leaves. And I think blue would make a pretty background for that. What do y'all think? Um, could you bleach it? Maybe. I would take a little bitty piece of it and see what happens to it if you put it in bleach. Um, because it might destroy it. It might, um, kill the fibers. I don't know. I would just try just take a little piece this long and put it in there and see if that would work or not. Oh, thank you, Tanya. Yes, you need to get some rest so you can have stuff to do tomorrow, so we can play tomorrow. Thank you. Good night. Hugs. Oh, change of plan? Okay. What's your change of plan? Maybe we have a change of plan I didn't know about. Oh, tell them about the change of plan. Yes, I'm sorry, Tanya. I will. I will. And let me just go ahead and do that now. Most of you, I think, were at Tanya's on Sunday, so you probably already know. But we're not going to do any more of the colored pencil stuff. And we'll explain to you our thought process on that tomorrow. But we are going to do something else instead. And we're going to start a project, and we're calling them collage desk journals. And basically, you need some sort of substrate, whether it's individual sheets of paper, or I'm going to use a composition book. Tanya's not sure, at least she wasn't sure yesterday, which one of the various things she's going to use, notebook paper or some stuff out of a notebook that's already got holes in it so she can keep it in a notebook. She's not sure exactly what she's going to use, but some kind of paper she can use individually. She doesn't want them in a book. I mean, she doesn't like working in the book. I don't mind working in a composition book um, to do this kind of thing. Other things I don't really like working in composition books, but I think it'll work great for what we're doing. But yeah, notebook paper is perfect. You know, I have way too many scrap bins. This isn't the one I rated the cover, but I'm gonna work in one of these just like this. And the one that I'm actually working in is in the house because I didn't feel like doing anything this weekend except gluing some stuff. So I glued a little bit of stuff in there already. Um, Tanya's using notebook paper. Okay, I don't know why I thought that was Teresa. Tanya's using notebook paper. Okay, perfect. Anyway, come at 2 and you'll hear our explanation, and we'll play with glue and paper. And you've probably all got some scraps that you need to do something with. So this collage desk journal we're going to use for something else later. So gluing the stuff into it is not going to be the end of what we do with it. And we'll explain all that to you tomorrow. But anyway, that's what we're doing tomorrow. And for, I think we're also planning to stream on Friday because I'm not going to stream on Thanksgiving. So I think unless something's changed, the plan is for us to stream on my channel on Friday instead of Thursday. But that way we can go ahead and get 2 in for this week. And then we'll do at least one next week. But this can be a project you can do on your own ongoing. You don't have to, we're going to keep doing it after this whenever we're in. We might pull it back out and play with it some more. But okay, I think I have piddled around enough. Now, there's going to be some issues, and Mary's having to deal with this too, where you're trying to make some sort of a line, and you have to decide how you're going to do that. And I'm not sure how I'm going to do this, because see, these lines curve. So I may do it up here and then do up here and then do back up here to make it curve. I'm not sure. I'm just going to kind of see how it goes. So blue for the background. Okay. Now I've got these 3 that are blue, and I've also got this one that's blue. And it's probably got more yarn than any of these. This is 40 yards. And I'm quite certain none of these are 40 yards. So I may end up using this one. Or I could start out see, I've got lots of little places in here where the blue will be. Just little specks of it here and there. Otherwise, this probably would be enough, but it's really, really dark. And y'all can't even see that it's blue. So I think I'm going to use this just for that reason. It'll be easier for you to see. And this says it's Persian Needlepoint and Crewel Wool by Busilla. This is newer than this, but I'm not sure, how much newer. These here have, how many yards do this one have? This one has 100 yards, and this one has 40. Let's see what these new ones have. These have, how many yards do these have? Come on, look. Show me. 40. These have 40 meters or 43 yards. So somewhere they stopped selling these big ones and started selling the smaller ones. But this is still more like this wool than like this wool. So this is an intermediary between this and this, I guess. And I meant to try to get these wound up into balls because on the skeins, they're a lot harder. They get messed up faster in a skein form than they do in a ball form when you're working with them. Mary, they want to know if you're going to be on in the morning. Oh, she answered. She said yes. I just missed it. Okay. So we're going to start with this. And Okay. I'm having to think. I'm sorry. I should have decided this ahead of time, and then we wouldn't be sitting here while I try to decide what color I'm going to do each one of these leaves. I think I want to do this big one. Whoops, this color. And you can't see the difference as well as like this is more golden and this is more brown, but they're both kind of rusty colors. But I'm going to do this big leaf, and I'm going to call this one rusty, and I'm going to call this one cinnamon. I don't know if it has a name, but I'm going to call it cinnamon. It's shade 08264. A name would be better. Okay, I'm going to call this one rust. So I'm going to write in here rust colored yarn for that one, blue for the background. Okay. And this leaf, I'm going to make this kind of green. I'm going to say dyed olive green. Okay. And this one, I have to know all this before I start because it won't be very long and I'll be on that leaf. So, yeah, it's better to try and pick them out so I can be thinking about it. Hi, Melissa. I'm glad you're here. Okay, so for this one here, okay, we've got the blue, we've got the rust, we've got the green. I really like these dyed yarns. Okay, I'm going to call this one dyed yellow. No, I don't think I want that one right beside that one. Okay, we'll do it right here. Dyed yellow. The brown yellow. Okay, now we need one to go right here. Um, we could do this one. Yeah, let's do this one. Okay, the brown red. Okay. Now then, we want to do this one. We'll do the yellow orange right here, and out there. We only have two left. Wow. Okay. Hmm. Hi, Allie. I'm glad you're here. I'm just trying to decide. Do we want to do that one? I think I will. And this one is Michael's. No, what I said I was going to call it cinnamon. Okay. And we need one more right here. And maybe that should be this little yellow one. So what do you think? We'll call this one yellow, yellow. Does that look okay to y'all? Or do you think I have too many colors? Should I make some of them the same? I just thought it'd be fun to do each one of them a different color. What do you think, designers out there? Yes, beauteous. Okay. Hi, Sharon. Most of these I dyed. All of these I dyed. This one I bought, and this one I bought. This blue that's going to be the, um, I'm wondering though if that, well, maybe the brightness of the blue is a good thing. Fall skies are usually pretty bright, so. Julie wants to be different, so she says do some the same. I mean, Lori. Oh, the yellow looks gold. Yeah, it's yellower than it looks on there a little bit. So if you were going to eliminate one of these, Lori, and you were going to do one of them twice, which would you do? Because we only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 leaves. I'm curious what you would do. Sorry. Got to wait a minute for her to, the delay. I'm going to wait a minute for her to tell me what she would do. Not promising I'll do it. I'm just curious. She would do 2 gold and take away the top red. Well, if I did that, then it would have to be like this, and I don't know if I have enough yarn to do, because I wouldn't want the 2 gold ones right next to each other, or would you? Or would you? Well, I really don't. This one's red. This one is really orange and orange and green and yellow and yellow. This is really the only one that's red. This is, they look the same, but they're not the same. This is more brown and this one's more pink. Yeah, you wouldn't want them next to each other because they wouldn't show up next to each other. I agree. What about just one red using it twice? Well, yeah, orange is a red tone, but I honestly, if I was going to do one twice, I would probably do orange twice, or this rusty one twice, or this one and not this one. Because leaves, and so I think this is actually better. These two, um these two are the same leaf, and there's something different from all the rest of them. So if I do the green one and the yellow one of those leaves that are shaped like this, I could do this big one rusty, and this one with this color, and do another orange here and do that. Well, see, that's maybe like this. How does that look? I don't have a dark brown. I have a gold, kind of a gold. And where is the brown? I didn't even get out the regular old plain brown, but I do have one because it's what I dyed to make these these colors. But it's light. It's a really light brown. Yes, you can blend them in one leaf. Well, that's what I was thinking too, Mary, to do a larger one and a smaller one. Maybe like this. Because this is the smallest leaf. Why would you repeat a color when you have all that gorgeous yarn? Well, I agree with you, Barbara. I think I would like to repeat a color because some people suggested that. I wish y'all could see the real colors, and it would help. It might make a difference in what you're thinking. Um, okay, I really like this combination. I have several greens. Um, and I might mix some of this green in with this one, and maybe, of course, this is really yellowish. It doesn't. It looks. I don't know what it looks like on here, but it's really. Think of this over brown. That's what it looks like. I've also got this green, which is a more emerald green. I just wanted to be more fall colors, so I didn't choose this one. And honestly, I would prefer to do this. Well, these are like tones of the same colors. You've got green and orange and I guess if I did this, then you would have green and orange and yellow. And that's 3 colors. You like this one? Or this one? That one was in my hand a minute ago. Hi, Riri. I'm sorry, Buffy's here. Sharon says just like that. Perfect. Okay. Then this is what we're going to do. And now I got to rewrite my words. So I have the rut. I have the dyed. Um, okay. Orange. And this is the cinnamon. And that's the yellow yellow. And this one we changed up here to the yellow brown. And this one was cinnamon. And now it's Michael's green. Okay. Take a picture of it. Okay. I don't have my camera. But that's a good idea. Okay, I'm going to run and get my phone and take a picture. Get that out of the way. Oh. Knocked both my forks off. I hope this takes a more true picture. Oh, yeah. Okay. That's way more true color than this camera. Oh, thanks, Barbara. But let me show you this picture. Maybe you can see the colors better. That's a better view of the colors. Y'all still all right with them? Hi, Mariah. Good to see you. I'm glad you're here, even if you can only stay a minute. Okay, good night, Lori. Have fun tomorrow. Okay, those are the real colors compared to what you see down here. This is just like a darker version. Oh, thanks, Barbara. Okay. Oh, thank you, Mariah. Hi, Violet. We're gonna start weaving, and I'm gonna need these colors, and these I don't need right now, so I'm gonna set them aside. I should have brought a baggie out. Yeah, here's one. Oh, so I can keep all these yarns that I've chosen together. Okay. Now then, I wish I had balled these up before I got out here, but I just didn't feel like doing it this weekend. I haven't been feeling great, so um in fact I almost didn't even come on tonight, but I was feeling so crummy I thought maybe it'll make me feel better to come on and be with my friends, and it did. I'm happier. I was not happy. Um I was not happy earlier today. Okay, I think I'm going to do blue all the way across at the bottom, and the leaves are just going to come in a little bit shorter so that I can at least get a few rows of the blue before I start adding other colors in. I think that'll make it easier for me. So, yeah, before next Monday, these will all be um, put in center pull balls because this is a hassle. This is a hassle. Okay. Okay. Just trying to see if I have enough to actually get started. And I do. Where did I put the needle? Oh, thank you, Sharon, and you're welcome. Thank you, Mary. You're welcome. I'm I'm glad I did. Um, okay. I'm gonna I'm gonna weave this from the front because I want to be able to see what it's really looking like. And so if I weave it with my tails out, I'm afraid that I won't like what I've got. And so I'm gonna weave it from the front. I mean, I'm gonna tuck all my tails in the back. Let me put it that way. That's what I call weaving it from the front. Oh, Mary, sweetie. Thank you. You're so sweet. I'm gonna give you a happy dance. This is Mary's happy dance. Woo 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 woo. Happy happy. See, little heart. Happy dance. Thank you, Mary. You're sweet. I'm happy to do it. I'm happy to do it. Okay. And then I'm going to go back over the top of this and lock it into place. I feel like these are, I should have twisted it twice because they're not holding as good as I would like. And I really think I like the 1/8 inch better than these bigger ones. It'll be fine, but you do lose um, um, some ability to do detail. But when you're warping one like this and you're wrapping it around and around and around, it's not easy to get it tensioned right. And so it's easier if it just would take so long and be hard to do 8 inches. And I don't think I realized, I wasn't thinking about that when I warped this one about a quarter of an inch apart. But when I was looking at Mary's, because when I did this, I didn't have anything in my head yet. And I was just warping it so it'd be easy for y'all to see me work. I wasn't thinking about, what can I, how, what's the feasibility of doing a real design like this? And so it would have been worth it to take the time and um, and do it smaller. But I am going to make a loom out of PVC pipe and some stuff I got at Home Depot. And when I get around to doing that, I will I'll film it so y'all can see. In case one of you wants to make one. I think my plan is going to work, and I haven't done it yet because, well, I've been busy, but also because I wanted to really think about it good before I started cutting anything. Okay. Oh, I was going, what is that line right there? That's my yarn. It was completely confusing me because on the camera it looks like something I drew. It doesn't look like a tail of yarn. I'm going to put it out here so it'll be easier for me to see. Okay. I've pushed this down a little, and I'm okay with that because I think I want to do another few rows here so I can get it to really hold its place better before I start trying to do colors. I mean, start trying to do a bunch of colors all at once. Would nails in the frame work better with with an 1/8 of an inch? It would be much, much easier to warp. You would have to, let me just a second, let me get this across and I'll show you what I'm fixing to say. You would have to make your nails alternated. In fact, on eBay, I saw some looms that were Swedish tapestry looms, and they had nails. Their warp was very close together. I would say maybe even more than an 1/8 of an inch. And I'm going to get a piece of paper and show you how they put them on there. Okay, let me find some paper here. Okay. They had a wide piece at the top. It was wider than this. It was probably an inch and a half um deep or whatever, you know. Oh, you can't even see my hand. Where is my hand? Okay. It was about, well, I can't show you. It was about this wide. Let me do it that way. It was about this wide, and they had their nails like this. So their lines were like, and you would need to do that staggering them so that you don't split the wood. Because if you do every eighth of an inch like this, you're going to end up splitting the wood. Yeah, staggered. Way, so your warp threads are, all different size lengths, but that doesn't matter because this is all extra anyway. So if you're going to do nails, I think this is the best way to do it. I've seen a bunch of them where they do it like this, but doing it this way is how they've still got, you know, um, they were still not as the threads were not as close together as doing it like this. So that would be my recommendation after seeing that loom. I really wanted to buy one, but um, but by the time you paid $40 to ship a $60 or $70 loom, it was over $100, and I didn't really want to spend over $100 on it. So so I got on my pipe, and let me show you how I'm gonna space them on my PVC pipe loom. I've got a top warp bar and a bottom warp bar, and I'm gonna do this for both of them. If I can find the start of the. They do this so pretty. I have no idea where the beginning is. I really can't find it. Anyway, I'm going to just wrap right next to each other and glue this on. And then when I do my warp, I'll just wrap the warp in between each of these on here, and that'll hold them in the right place. So that's what I'm thinking about doing. I wish I could. I think these are about. See, 1, 2, 3, 4. These are about a 6. This is about a. Oh, there it is. This is about a 1/16 of an inch. So if it's wrapped like this, and then those are next to each other, then I come in with my warp and just lay it in between them. I'm just going to glue it like in 1 or 2 spots so that it won't be completely glued down, so I can still get my warp in between them. But that's my plan for and have this just glued down, so then when I'm laying down my warp, I just lay it in between. And that way, if I want to, I can do every other one or every third one or whatever, depending on how wide I want my warp to be. So I've seen looms that were had wooden dowels that were wrapped with twine, and then they, put their warp thread in between the twines. That's what made me think of it. This may really not be sturdy enough. I thought it was, well, it's probably okay. It's nylon. So I thought that it probably, the cotton would slide in between it pretty easy. Yeah, the warp, let me show you my warp thread. I bought this off of Amazon for about $13, and it's I think it's 8/4. Yeah, it's 8/4 cotton. So there are four plies basically. And this is a little bit thinner than what I used for this. Let me find that just a second. This is another warp yarn, and this I got at the thrift store after I bought this. This is a little bit heavier. This is what I used here, and I think it's like let's see. This has 6 plies, where this has 4, and it's about that much bigger. It's like 1/3 again the size. So either one of these will work, any kind of cotton twine. But the thicker your warp is, the thicker your warp yarn is, the bumpier your the more defined ridges you're going to have in your tapestry. If your warp is thin, you won't have as thick as yes, the nylon is slippery, which is why I'm going to glue it down. And I may change my mind, but I thought if that way this will just slide in between it and then slide back out when I cut it, and it won't get caught on it because I used the nylon. That's my thought about it. When you want a heavier thread between a thinner warp thread, I'm not sure what you're asking. This is just going to be on the loom. I'm not using this for weave. This is just holding my spacing. This is how I'm going to space my warp threads. That's all it's for. It just is the spacer. Some people use, and the tapestry loom that I built and then gave away, I used a spring, a long, about this long screen door spring. And that's what I used to wrap the warps between. And that worked really well, but I didn't know how I could attach that spring PVC pipe. And I may change my mind and figure out how to do that, because those springs are about $6 or $7 a piece. And if you can attach up, it would be, sturdier. The heavy thread that you use to wrap, a thinner thread for warping. Okay. These are your warp threads. And yes, you want a thinner thread. At least I do. This is just going to be wrapped around here so I can space these out. So this is not part of the weaving at all. It's just part of the loom. It's just a spacer for these threads, for the warp threads. And you could get you could get this. I mean, you can buy this thicker. And what I had seen somebody do, they use something thicker than this, but I wanted the chance to have a really thin warp if I want it. And so that's why I chose this size. Now that may come back to bite me when I'm trying to get it glued onto the onto the PVC pipe. I don't know. We'll see. But like I said, this is still what I'm doing is trying to combine some wooden looms I've seen and copper pipe looms I've seen and do it with PVC pipe so it's cheaper and lighter weight. Yes, a heavier spacer and a thinner warp. Yes, yes, exactly, Mary. Because if I use this as my spacer, that warp would be, well, you might not could get a warp thread in between it, for one thing. And you want something you can slide a warp thread in between. Like, like right here, you want to be able, well, that may not be the, say, to slide the warp thread in between it so it holds it in place. Anyway, that's a project I'm still working on in my head, but all the parts I spent on it, not including this, was less than $20. Q snaps. No, I have no idea what Q snaps are. Sounds intriguing. Well, explain, 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 explain. You could also use this number 10 cotton for your warp thread. If you've got a bunch of it, it will work. It's strong and it'll work for warp thread. I just happen to have a bunch of warp thread. So while I weave a little bit more down here, why don't you tell me about Q snaps? They're used for both quilting and needlework. And what do you do with them? I've never done any needlepoint. I did cross stitch, but oh, yes, I know what you're talking about now. Yeah. Hmm. I don't know if that would go over my um if I could get one that once I put this on there would hold this in place. Is that what you're thinking about instead of gluing it? Or are you thinking to hold your warp yarns? You found some at the thrift store. Cool. I did buy one of those PVC frames at the thrift store, and I used it to wrap my yarn around to wind it off the spinning wheel when I didn't have a niddy noddy, or when I just had a little bit of yarn, and Okay, you are getting way down low over here. Watch for them when you thrift every now and then they show up. Okay, that's a good idea. Thank you. Okay, I'm not quite where I need to do this leaf, and I'll start these at the same place that when I start this leaf. I'm just going to go ahead and do a couple more rows because I have enough. I think I'm still procrastinating on getting started. I'm still procrastinating. Yeah, that's all right, Mary. I can read types, typoes, or however you say that. Okay. I like my fork, but sometimes fingers work just as good, unless you're in a tiny place there. Okay. I might as well just use this the rest of this piece before and then when I do a new piece. Lisa, I started my weaving about 5 or 6 threads in from the sides. Oh, and then I got a notification that covered up her words. I'm thinking those end warps will just fall away when done. Um, cut those off first. Cut those off first and tie them off. When you cut it, go ahead and tie it off so that it doesn't pull out. I'm weaving end to end. I'm going to be weaving kind of like I did with the little heart in just a minute because I'm going to start adding in colors. I'm going to move this back up a little bit and go ahead and okay, I started like right here, so I'm going to go ahead and weave basically that far. Um, Okay. Okay. I'm going to want some blue. Um, Here and here, and I'll just carry this one over to do this little bit. So let's get some more blue off. Oh, okay. Okay, now then, I'm going to try to, wait a minute. I think that needs to be out there. Try to work with the butterflies and see if it'll work. When you're just doing a few places, the butterflies, when you're not having to go all the way across, I guess, butterflies will work better. And hopefully there's enough space in the back for me to be able to use the butterflies. Because I don't really like working with the needle. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and okay, that's ready for the blue. And now then, this is the cinnamon brown. We're going to just kind of get started a little bit, and then I'm going to have to go in. But I do want to get started on this one. This is a little bit thinner yarn. So I'm not going to worry about counting how many lines I do. Like with the hearts, I was doing 2 of these and 2 of those. I'm not going to do that with this because um, they're not symmetrical shapes anyway. So I am going to start at the bottom and work my way up, though, like I was doing with the little hearts. I had more of this than I thought. Now, if I've done this right, I should be able to just pull out yarn as I go. We'll see if it works or not. I finally got it to work on the other weaving, but yeah, the butterflies are they're very nice. Okay, it's hard to see. Okay, I think I've got that one locked under now. Let's see. And um, I probably, since this is the front, I probably am going to. Oh, that's a good idea, Sharon. I probably am going to um, pass the blue under the this branch, this part of the leaf to do this part of the blue. Um, because it's just a couple of them, and I think it won't mess with the integrity of the weaving. Not enough to bother me anyway. Okay, now I need another blue. Sorry. No, I need this. What's this? Orange. Okay. Rubber bands. I think that might be a good idea if your rubber band was just tight enough to hold it still and not tight enough to um, crimp it. One thing about dyeing the yarn is that it's not solid the way these are solid. I don't know if you can tell, um, but it's got some dimension to it just in the way it was dyed. Um, I hope that makes sense. Okay, where's my. Okay. What kind of rubber bands did you use? And did you make them tight? I may be all washed up thinking they shouldn't be tight. I don't know. I'm glad I made these short skeins. This is a lot easier. Yeah. Um, I think it makes it more interesting too. Not too tight, but let us pull the thread out easily. Yeah. Mary would be putting a bobby through the top loop of one end on that butterfly and using it to help pass the yarn through. Yeah. Um, if you if you pull on the right end, this works really well. And I hate changing thread, and so I'm probably making these too big, but this one's really bulky because I got my fingers got tighter together. If I'd kept it as far as the others, it wouldn't be as bulky. But we're gonna go ahead and do it anyway. Okay. Let's okay, and we're gonna go under this one, over this one. Okay, let's do a couple more here. Okay, and now I need another blue one for this part in here. Are y'all getting tired of this? Getting prepared to weave is the longest part on no matter what kind of loom it is. Well, that's not true. With tapestry weaving, it probably does take longer to actually weave, but the hardest part's the getting ready. I really appreciate your sharing all your knowledge with us, Lisa. Thank you. This is sort of like the warmth of a sewing circle on a cold November night. It is kind of like that, Barbara, and thank you. Um, I'm just glad that y'all want to learn because I love I love teaching people things that I know how to do, and I love learning things I don't really know how to do. And this is kind of a combination of that. I'm learning it as I'm teaching. I remember when I went to one of the first homeschool conferences I went to. The kids were really tiny, but and they said one of the best things you can do to help your older students learn is have them teach the younger ones, and that if they're teaching, they will they'll learn it faster, or learn it better um, by teaching it. And I know that's true because I was a horrible speller. I'm still not a good speller, but I spell much better now than I did before I started homeschooling my kids because I always had to look up all the words for them. And um, it's interesting to see you set it up. Yeah, well, thank you. I'm glad you find it interesting because um, it could be really boring. Okay, I'm gonna pull that out there, and we're gonna go over, under, over, under. Um, okay, this is where you have problems. Um, if I do these beside each other, I have to leave some stuff or I'm going to have this big space. And if I had my warp closer together, that wouldn't be an issue. So that is something I have to think about. And that would be the one of the many reasons why a smaller warp might be a good idea. So I'm leaving some extra floofy out here because I don't really want a bunch of space. My thought about doing these leaves is to interlock. And I should have done it there, but I'll do it on the next one. And I'll show you. In fact, I'll go back across and show you what I mean. I'm going to go ahead and go under this one. Okay, I'm going to leave this right here and start that one. And I'm going to use this as an example to show you too how to do that. So this is the rust colored yarn. Okay. Okay, well, I hope it will. I hope it will help you. One of the reasons I wanted a larger warp was because I thought people could see what I was doing better. And that's one reason I didn't want a really detailed, cartoon. But even this is maybe going to be um, detailed enough to have to work with it. And I showed y'all this um, when we were working on that one with the pink and the gray, and I was showing you the different ways that you could connect the connect your triangles. I'll bring it over here and show you. Maybe it'll spark a memory. Okay. I'm gonna put this one through right here. And then I'm gonna go over. Okay. Okay. One way you can do it is to go, let me bring this down, is to go both of them on the same thing and just put them down there next to each other. Okay. So that's one way. Is to use the same warp thread for both of them. Okay, and then I'm going to go back over here and show you the other way. Okay, the other way, oops, I got to get back. Yeah, the other way is to do this. I'm going over and under with this one, and over and under with this one. So they're attached. Oh, I almost was out of frame. Sorry. They're attached. Well, that didn't work right. Um, okay, there's what we did. Okay. All right, finally, they're attached between the two warp threads. And then they each go on their way. Um, and I should have done that down here. Let me get this and show you. Where'd I put it? Okay, we're going to look at it from this side. But right here is where I did this and connected them together in between the warp threads. And right here is where I did both of them on the same warp thread. So this kind of piles up a little bit. This one fits more neater into your weaving. So I like this one better than that one. But those are both ways that you can do it. It will show up, though. You can see where they come together. You know, you can see them. Whereas down here, you know, we've got all these little steps because we didn't interlace them at all. Does that make sense? Anyway, this I think looks the neatest where we do it right here between the warp yarns. See, right there. Let me, now then, if second. And I'm going to go ahead and go actually under this over here. And then under this and back over here. And see, oops, that doesn't fill in down there though. So that's not going to work. I went too far. And I'm just going to wrap this one around a couple of times because I've gone I'm just trying to neaten this up over here, and I may not really be able to. I don't know. I didn't start it from the beginning. If I'd started at the beginning, I think I'm gonna have to take that out. Um, because it's not gonna look nice. Okay. So we're gonna take these back out. I wish I'd thought of that before I even started any of this. Then I wouldn't have to take stuff back out. But I thought maybe I could fix it without having to take it out, but I can't. Okay. Oh, sorry. I might have gotten tired 30 tonight. Well, I definitely have. Yes, I will. I will show you slowly because I'm redoing it all because that technique's going to work much better than what I started with. And um, uh, but I need to go back and start from the beginning to do it for it to look nice. So okay. Whew. If I weave a shape and I'm weaving a color next to it, can I stitch my second color through the thread at the end rather than around the warp? Can I stitch my second color through the thread at the end rather than around the warp? Yes, I would think you could, Mary. I would think you could. Um, yeah, I don't see why not. Okay. Actually, I want to go into this one. And then this one. Start here. Okay. Now then, let's see if we can if we can do this. Okay. I haven't ever tried to do it from the beginning, and I think what I want to do with all of these actually is to use a needle and come like that. So it's kind of in there, and it's not how do I explain it? It's not just laying there. Hi, Jude. Here for 5 minutes. A Zoom would be fun. Yes, it would. Um, I'm sure this is not a master weaver's technique. This is a Lisa trying to make it work technique, but I think if my threads are not just hanging there, it'll look nicer when I do this. Okay. Whew. Okay. Now then, what I'm gonna do? Oh, I'm out of stream. Sorry. Hey, Mary. What you want to do is connect these, and then go back. Okay, so they're connected in between the warp threads. So I've got them connected here, which means I'm going to go under this one, over this one, and under this one with that one. And then with this one, I came over it. So I'm going to go under it and over it here. And they're connected right here between these two warps. The only problem is if I'm going to do it this way, I really need another blue right here. Or I need to go ahead and, yeah, I think I need another little blue one right here. I think I do. It doesn't have to be a very big butterfly. Okay. Pencil. I was wondering why was that wobbling on me. Okay. But if I weave the shapes separately rather than from the bottom up, stitching through the last thread is similar. Yes, it is. I agree. I agree. I don't have anything out here with me right now. Except just some regular tea. But lemon honey sounds good. I have some throat coat tea in the house. Okay, now here I'm going to have to go do the same thing. Okay, just a second. I'm going to have to do the same thing here. And then go around this one here. It's going to be kind of fiddly. Oops. No. My goodness, this is going to be fiddly right here if I'm doing it this way. Thanks, Jude. Woo. Okay. Okay, this one's got to go back under here. And right in here is not going to be. This piece right here is where I'm struggling right now. Okay. once you get a rhythm and get things kind of going, it's way easier. But okay, where did this one go? Oh my goodness. I got another little spot over here. Oh goodness. Yes, I think it will. I think it will even out as you work up. I think I'm going to change my cartoon a little bit here, and I'm going to make this right here like the leaf is a little bit fatter right there, so that I can it's just really fiddly when you're first um trying to get it going. Oh, wait a minute. No. Yeah. No. Here. Okay. Um anyway, here's the here's the beginnings. Here's the beginnings. Oh goodness gracious. I'm gonna have to I'm going to have to go and rest my brain. Oh, it's like chess or something. You're thinking 3 moves ahead. Exactly, Barbara. Oh, bye, Jude. I'm sorry if I missed her. Oh, you're still there. Okay, bye bye. Um, uh-oh. Okay. Well, I think I think I have exhausted all my brain power for tonight. So we'll work on it some more um next Monday night. But we've got to start, and I'm kind of excited about it now that I finally figured out how I'm going to um make the details. It won't be sharp, but it'll still hopefully they'll still look like leaves. Hopefully they will. If they don't, I'll do like Mary said and go back and embroidery around the leaves on top to outline them. But okay, bye bye, Violet. Good night, Janet. Good night, everybody. Thank you all for coming and sticking with me this long. 10 of you are pretty diehard. God bless you all. Bye bye.